Good morning, good morning, good morning. Time for convening has arrived. The Senate will come to order. At this time, I'll ask all unauthorized personnel to exit the chamber. Chair recognizes the senator from the 28th for reading of the journal.
Good morning, Mr. President, colleagues. Fine Tuesday morning. Senator from the 53rd has declared this our state's Freedom Day. Appreciate that. It's also Pay a Compliment Day. We got lots of groups up here today, so you guys pay a good compliment to them. On this day in 1968, former U.S. President Dwight Eisenhower shot a hole-in-one, and now he has a fort named after him. Congratulations. 1971, American astronaut Alan Shepard hit the first golf ball on the moon. And y'all know I love good golf history. Mr. President, we got a great lineup of pages today. In fact, I think we could field a couple of football teams today. Out of Dallas, Georgia, we've got Jacob Mixon. Out of Claremont, we've got Graceland Merck. Out of Livonia, we have Nathan Estrada. Out of Carnesville, we have Robert Little. Out of Columbus, we have Kaylee Asante. Also out of Columbus, we have Emery Bryant. Out of Midland, we have Alexia Little. Out of Fort Mitchell, we have Markeisha O'Neill. Out of Phoenix City, we have Madison Perry. Another one out of Columbus, we have Mariah Woolridge. Out of Dunwoody, we have Alexandra Abate. Another one out of Dallas, we have Ojurere Abadaran. Out of Tucker, Georgia, we have Jacob Arkin. Out of Atlanta, we have Sophia Parker. And out of Atlanta, we have Kenya Naismith. And the senator from the 47th wanted me to mention that he, combined with his pages, represent a full ton up here. So apparently they're growing pretty big over there in his neck of the woods. Not so much in mine. But, Mr. President, the journal has been read and found to be correct.
All right, Senator. Thank you, and thank all our pages. We do have a lot of pages today, so we appreciate all of you being here today as well. So, is there objection to dispensing of the reading of the journal? Chair hears none, and the reading of the journal is dispensed with. Is there objection to the confirmation of the journal? Chair hears none, and the journal is confirmed. All senators who have bills and resolutions to introduce, please bring them to the Secretary's desk at this time. We'll have first reading and references of Senate bills. Secretary?
Senate Bill 445 by Senator Sims of the 12th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 3 of Article 16 of Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the OCGA.
Education and Youth.
Senate Bill 446 by Senator Williams of the 25th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 21 of the OCGA.
Ethics.
Senate Bill 447 by Senator Robertson of the 29th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 1 of Title 10 of the OCGA relating to selling and other trade practices so as to enact the Georgia Restaurant.
Regulated industries.
Senate Bill 448 by Senator Hatchett of the 50th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend the OCGA as to revise, modernize, correct errors or omissions in.
Judiciary.
Senate Bill 449 by Senator Walker of the 20th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 31712.8.
Regulated industries.
Senate Bill 450 by Senator Kennedy of the 18th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Titles 5, 15, 44, and 53 of the
Judiciary.
OC. Senate Bill 451 by Senator Islam Parks of the 7th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 4 of Title 38 of the OCGA relating to veteran benefits.
Banking and financial institutions.
Senate Bill 452 by Senator Dolezal of the 27th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 7 of Title 44 to the OCGA relating to banking and finance and property, respectively.
Finance.
Senate Resolution 539 by Senator Moore of the 53rd, a resolution supporting actions to combat the illegal invasion.
Rules.
Senate Resolution 542 by Senator Butler of the 55th and others, a resolution encouraging the changing of the minimum age of colorectal cancer screenings.
Health and Human Services.
Senate Resolution 543 by Senator Gooch of the 51st and others, a resolution supporting increased
Rules.
protection. Senate Resolution 546 by Senator Butler of the 55th and others, a resolution creating the Senate Colorectal Cancer Study Committee and for other purposes.
Health and Human Services.
That completes the order, Mr. President.
First reading of references of House bills and resolutions.
House Bill 905 by Representative Reeds of the 99th and others, a bill to be in town and act to amend Chapter 66 of Title 36 of the
State and
OCGA.
local government, general.
House Bill 956 by Representative Carpenter of the 4th and others, a bill to be in town and act to provide for the
State
designation.
and local government.
House Bill 985 by Representative Martin of the 49th and others, a bill to be in town and act to amend Article 7 of Chapter 3 and Title 20 of the OCGA relating to
Higher
scholarship.
education.
House Bill 1003 by Representative Donahue of the 31st and others, a bill to be in town and act to provide a homestead exemption from Jackson County School District and ad valorem taxes for educational purposes.
State and local government.
House Bill 1004 by Representative Donahue of the 31st and others, a bill to be in town and act to amend an act providing for a homestead exemption.
State and local government.
House Bill 1012 by Representative Williams of the 148th, and a bill to be in town and act to provide for the compensation of the Wilcox County Board of Education.
State and local government.
House Bill 1016 by Representative Bruce of the 61st and others, a bill to be in town and act to create the City of South Fulton Public Facilities Authority to provide for the appointment of members to the
State and
authority.
local government.
House Bill 1042 by Representative Kendrick of the 95th and others, a bill to be in town
State
and
and
act.
local government.
House Bill 1061 by Representative Lumsden of the 12th, a bill to be in town and act to authorize the governing authority of the City
State
of
and local
Somerville.
government.
House Bill 1062 by Representative Lumsden of the 12th, a bill to be in town and act to authorize the governing authority of Chattanooga
State
County.
and local government.
House Bill 1067 by Representative Lumsden of the 12th, a bill to be in town and act to authorize the governing authority of the
State and
town.
local government.
House Bill 1068 by Representative Donahue of the 31st and others, a bill to be in town and act to amend an act providing for a homestead exemption.
State and local government.
House Bill 1071 by Representative Chokas of the 451st, a bill to be in town and act to amend an act that
State and
provide.
local government.
House Bill 1074 by Representative Jones of the 25th and others, a bill to be in town and act to amend the Forsyth County.
State and local government.
That completes the order, Mr. President.
Secretary will read report of standing committees.
Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Children and Family has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation that Senate Bill 376 do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Kirkpatrick of the 32nd District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Retirement has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation that Senate Bill 117 do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Williams of the 25th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on State and Local Governmental Operations has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation that House Bill 877 do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Ginn of the 47th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Secretary will read bills and resolutions for the second time.
Senate Bill 198 by Senator Harrell of the 40th and others, Georgians with Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities Innovation Commission, create. Senate Bill 307 by Senator Kirkpatrick of the 32nd and others, private review agents, health insurers to implement and maintain a program that allows for the selective application of reductions, provide. Senate Bill 334 by Senator Albers of the 56th and others, helping firefighters beat cancer act and act. Senate Bill 362 by Senator Hodges of the 3rd and others, state government employee representation by a label organization and for employers to receive certain economic development incentives from the state, provide requirements. Senate Bill 375 by Senator Strickland of the 17th and others, Behavioral Health Coordinating Council, Ad Commissioner of Veterans Service. Senate Bill 385 by Senator Williams of the 25th and others, Georgia Military College, legislative intent language regarding certain post-secondary study beyond the second year level, revised. Senate Bill 389 by Senator Payne of the 54th and others, Georgia National Guard, Adjutant General to the official sponsor of the state-sponsored life insurance program, provide. Senate Bill 398 by Senator Kirkpatrick of the 32nd and others, Georgia Joint Defense Commission's operations revised. Senate Bill 406 by Senator Dixon of the 45th and others, First Responder Building Mapping Information System grant program to fund the creation of school mapping data established. That completes the order, Mr. President.
It is now time for the morning roll call. Are there any motions to excuse? Senator from the 33rd.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning, y'all. I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the following senators for business outside the Capitol: 42, 38, 39, 55, 36, 43. 2.
I figure if I wait, you'll get one more. Without objection, senators from the 42nd, the 38th, the 39th, the 55th, the 36th, the 43rd, and the 2nd. Is that correct? All right. Excuse. Senators from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 19th. He has business down the second floor to take care of.
I see the senator right beside you from the 19th. Am I confused about something? Y'all got something to work out right there. Talk to the senator on the 17th about his cowboy boots he's got on today. Senator from the 28th.
Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 27th.
Without objection, the senator from the 22nd is excused. Are there any more motions to excuse? Secretary will call the roll. Senator, signify your presence by voting the yay switch. Secretary will unlock the machines. It is now time for the morning devotion. All senators, please take your seats and cease all conversation. I would ask that the doorkeeper secure the chamber at this time. I now recognize the senator from the 16th to lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance and introduce our pastor today. Senator?
Thank you. The American flag, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The Georgia flag. I pledge allegiance to the Georgia flag and to the principles for which it stands, wisdom, justice, moderation, and courage. Well, good morning. We have a pastor that probably gets the award for being the furthest away. Dr. Jim Garlow is from California, and he said he is glad to be in Georgia from that standpoint. I think you will enjoy him. Dr. Garlow is the founder and CEO of Well Versed. You'll find a copy of his book on your desk. I think you'll find that. He has a ministry to members of Congress, ambassadors at the United Nations in New York. He's also in England to members of the Parliament, and his ministry is to those in government. He has the biblical principles of governance is for government leaders, and has met with delegations, small delegations with presidents and prime ministers, and even one king. I'll have to find out which one that is. He is a radio commentator with over 800 radio stations. He's been on NBC, ABC, CNN, that would have been interesting, Fox, and all the other, many of the other channels, and even on Comedy Central. He's a graduate of Drew University with a degree in history, Princeton Theological Seminary, Asbury Theological Seminary, Southern Nazarene University, and Oklahoma Wesleyan University. I have read his book. I've taught his book. Very interesting information for us as we govern. I think you will enjoy him. He's challenging. He's knowledgeable. And I ask Dr. Garlow if you would speak to us, please, sir.
A couple decades ago, I was driving on Highway 121 in Texas, headed towards downtown Fort Worth, to pray at a political event. And a thought crossed my mind in that moment: why am I doing this? Am I just a hood ornament? Hood ornament on a car looks nice, but it doesn't really do much for the car. What was the purpose of prayer at this political event? I'm not suggesting you view it that way, but that was the question I was asking myself. And that all came back to me as I was thinking about the tremendous honor it is for me to be here in your state capital. We love this state, we honor the state, and a privilege to lead in prayer in just a moment. I thought, why do we do this in a political environment? What's the purpose of us gathering like this? The first thing is to remind us that He's God and we're not. And He's holy and righteous and manifests biblical justice and truth. It's the recognition that we're standing before God Himself. When we think of politics, we think of Republican versus Democrat, or we think right versus left. But when we go into a prayer like this, we're not thinking those categories. We're thinking right versus wrong, good versus evil, light versus darkness, biblical truth as opposed to anti-scriptural constructs. That's what draws us into prayer, what draws me into prayer. The second thing, we desire to bless our state, bless our nation, but in this case, the state of Georgia. We come together, we want our people to be blessed. The scripture says, blessed is the nation, and I can insert state without doing damage to the text. Blessed is the state whose God is the Lord, Psalm 33. The flip side of that would be, cursed is the state whose God is not the Lord. Proverbs 29:2, very strongly worded to those of us in leadership. When the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice, but when the wicked rule, the people mourn. I doubt if I'm the first person to read that scripture in these particular halls. To the extent that a state will follow biblical principles of governance, to that extent, human pain, suffering, and poverty can be reduced. To the extent we violate biblical principles of governance, to that extent, human pain, suffering, and poverty is dramatically increased. A third reason we pray is to remind us of the eternal. It's hard for us to move out of the temporal into the eternal and think in eternality. Time is short on this world. We need to be reminded of that. My mother just passed away recently at 102. That sounds like a long time, but in the scope of eternity, that's a very short time. I looked up to see who was the longest serving here. 31 years. That sounds like a long time in the Senate, but frankly, it's really short. And the average length of time in this chamber, I'm told, is only 6 years. So life is short. And we need those times to pause and think eternally. We need to think of the word transcendent. What is the word transcendent? That which is above all cultures and is always true at any time. We need to think of the transcendent, the eternality, and prayers help us stop and do that. A fourth thing, and perhaps the most important, purpose of prayer is to align ourselves with the will of God. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Whatever it's like in heaven, that's what we want here. That's the core of the Lord's Prayer. Thy will be done here and now as it is there. I work in Washington, D.C. a fair amount, and there's an air, a functional air in the culture there that seems to say this: as long as we pray together, we can go back out on the floor and vote any way we want. I would beg to differ. If we pray together, we align ourselves with the will of God. Not ours, but the will of God. And when we align ourselves with the will of God, the word of God, the way of God, then guess what? We'll tend to vote on those things the Scripture addresses in the same way. And one more thing. When I pray, my declaration is always the issue of lordship of Christ. I don't know if you've noticed what's happened to pastors lately. I suspect you have. You probably, maybe some of you, maybe all of you attend a church or some house of worship, and you've noticed that something has happened to pastors, and that is this, that that if I were to preach about a particular topic before 1973, people would say, oh, sure, but after that, well, if you touch that, Pastor, you're being political. The line got moved. And if I preach about something before 2015, oh, Pastor, that's fine, but after 2015, the line got moved. That's political. You can't touch that. Or after 2020 or after 2023, the political kept expanding that I wasn't supposed to talk about, and the biblical kept shrinking at the same time. But the Word of God has not changed. And I come here declaring the Lordship of Christ. He is over all. And with those things in mind, I have the honor and the privilege of leading us in a prayer right now. Father God, you are holy. You are righteous. We reflect on the truth of who you are. We reverence your name. Whatever is sacred to you is sacred to us. We value integrity. We value honesty. We value honoring our vows. We value being held accountable for that which has been entrusted to us. We value life. We value each other. We value life from the moment of conception to that moment of natural death. We value the institution of the family. We value what you established, male and female, and husband and wife marriage in Genesis, and procreation in Genesis 4. We value that which you put very first in your word. Lord, as we come before you, it's with a sense that you are God and we are not. And ultimately, though we have constituents we're in communication with as elected officials, we ultimately, in all of eternity, will have one constituent that we have to please, and that's you. 1,000,000 years from today, there's only one person we're going to want to have pleased, and that's you. And so we come with that cry of our heart, Lord, in our conduct, our speech, our thought life, our private life, the legislation we support. Lord, may we come under the lordship of Christ and represent you, Almighty God, in a way that brings a smile to your face and joy to your heart. In the name of Jesus, I pray. Amen. Amen. Thank you.
We have some special guests. We've got a lot of people down here at the Capitol today, both in the gallery as well as out in the hallways. But we've got special guests here. Behind me today is National Firefighter Day, and let's give these gentlemen behind me a round of applause real quick for everything they do. We always appreciate our men and women who serve as first responders, and we're so glad to have the Firefighter Association group here today and to speak to the resolution. I will call on Senator from the 54, but before that, Secretary, read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 550 by Senator Albers of the 56th. A resolution honoring and commending the firefighters of Georgia and recognizing February 6, 2024 as Firefighters Recognition Day at the state capitol and for other purposes. Whereas there are more than 30,000 firefighters in the state of Georgia from 900 fire departments who risk their lives every day to provide emergency services. And whereas the firefighters of Georgia continue to set an incredibly high standard for firefighting and public service. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body honor and commend each and every firefighter for their outstanding service to the people of the state and for going above and beyond the call of duty for their fellow citizens, and recognize February 6, 2024 as Firefighters Recognition Day at the state capitol. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Recognize the Senator from the 54th to speak to the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's always an honor to bring up my fellow firefighters and fire chiefs and their excellent associations to honor the work that they do throughout our state. In each and every one of our districts, there are men and women who are answering the call. Some of them as a full-time career, some of them part-time, and some of them as a volunteer. These are the folks, though, that we often forget about that aren't home sometimes for Christmas or Easter or Thanksgiving. They're coming to your greatest time of need, and just like we do with all our first responders, we take time to honor them and thank them. I'd encourage each one of you to make sure you stop by your local firehouse, visit with those men and women, make sure they know who you are so we can best advocate for each other. At this time, I'd like to recognize President Clark, who's going to give some words, and I'd ask you to all consider joining us at 2:30 in the South Steps, as well as 5:30 at the Depot tonight, as we have other ceremonies and a dinner. Thank you. President Clark.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator. It's an honor to be here today, stand before the Senate on this special occasion for firefighters in the state of Georgia. Back in 1972, just happened to be the year that I was born in this month. So I'm celebrating the 52nd anniversary of Firefighters Recognition today here at the Capitol, and we want to say thank you for allowing us into the Senate and having this resolution read to us. Thank you. And I'd like to also introduce my first Vice President, Mike Bird from, had a brain moment there for a minute. That's it, getting old. Mike Bird from down in Spalding County, over in Griffin, and we thank you once again for allowing us to be here today.
All right. You want to say something? You want to say something?
I would like to thank you. I'm Terry Smith, President of the Fire Chief Association, and what an honor and a privilege and a blessing to be here in front of you all today. And again, I thank you for all your support, what you do for the firefighters in the state of Georgia. Thank you.
All right, good job, good job. One more.
To be here. We good?
Yeah, we're good.
Honor to be here today. Chad Jones, First Vice President of the Georgia Fire Chiefs Association and the Fire Chief down in South Fulton. Just thank y'all for everything you do. Really appreciate Senator Albers and everything he's done for the fire service, and we're here to serve. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. You want to shout at it? Since he couldn't remember your name, let's shout at it.
My name is Mike Bird. I am First Vice President of Georgia State Firefighters Association. I am Fire Chief of Spalding County. And I want to echo what my constituents have said with me and my partners, that thank you for all your support. We do hope to see you today on the steps of the Capitol and tonight at the legislative dinner. And again, just thank you for all you do.
All right, all right. All right. Secretary, read the caption for our next guest here.
Senate Resolution 491 by Senator Brass of the 28th and others. A resolution recognizing and commending Georgia's certified registered nurse anesthetist and for other purposes. Whereas the Georgia Association of Nurse Anesthetists represent more than 1,500 members and is among the oldest and largest CRNA state organizations in the United States. Now therefore be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body recognize and commend Georgia's certified registered nurse anesthetists for their dedication to the health and well-being of the citizens of this state and extend best wishes for continued success. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. There you go, yeah. We have a very special, a very big crowd too here with our nurses, and we appreciate all our healthcare providers. We're so glad to have them down here today. I understand the senator from the 28th will be introducing them on behalf of this resolution, and I think I know why, because the First Lady of the 28th is here too, Megan Brass. So let's give Megan Brass a round of applause. I recognize the senator from the 28th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know we're not supposed to say anything controversial up here during when we're on the rostrum, but I'm going to say something that many of y'all probably disagree with, but it is an honor to have truly my better half up here. So, you know. Oh, y'all agree with that? Okay. You're not supposed to agree with that, but no, it gives me great honor to bring GANA up here, the Georgia Association of Nurse Anesthetists. It's taken me a long time to learn how to say that, but great group, and Shannon Broxton is actually their current president, and I met Shannon back when Megan was actually interviewing at then MCG for grad school, and Shannon she was about 2 years ahead in the program, and it was really cool for her to lead our group around because Shannon's cousin, Jonathan Broxton, was a pitcher for the Los Angeles Dodgers at the time, an all-star, and he was on my fantasy baseball team. And so I was a little bit starstruck when Shannon took us around. And so, but Shannon's been a dear friend ever since, and just does great things for this association and for their industry. So I bring up Shannon Broxton of Waynesboro, Burke County.
Thank you, Senator Brass. Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. If anybody's familiar with Waynesboro or the Broxtons, they grow big in Waynesboro, so I won't need this stepping stool to talk to you today. On behalf of the 1,700 CRNAs that practice in Georgia, and on behalf of at least 110 students we have here today that are training in nursing anesthesia, I want to thank you for this honor and recognizing us, and for your commitment to ensuring that there are CRNAs continuing to give quality access to health care across Georgia. So thank you so much.
All right, we've got our doctor of the day today, and got a young man from Athens, Georgia, and I want our good senator from Athens to introduce him to the audience here. Call on the senator from the 46th. Introduce our doc of the day.
Good morning. It's a lot of fun to introduce a doctor from Athens. It's Dr. Mason Florence today. He's a surgeon with Athens Orthopedic Clinic, who one of my law partners' wife is their office manager. So it was good. Catherine Mosley manages him, helps keep their practice running. They've got over 20 orthopedics now and very well-established practice. I see the senator from the 1st is here, so he'll be glad to know that he is not the only cool doctor around that's well-rounded. You know, most of them are pretty nerdly, other than the senator from the 1st. But let me tell you a little bit about Mason, some of his background. He is a very well-rounded young man, let's just say that. He went to the University of Georgia, where he was the president of the Fiji fraternity. He was also vice president of the Interfraternity Council, so the man knows how to have a little bit of fun. At the same time, though, he was Phi Beta Kappa, so he was a brilliant student. Meanwhile, he was leading a Bible study, and he has gone on mission trips now to Bulgaria, Ethiopia, the Philippines, Kenya, and Peru. So he is a man of faith. He's a smart cat. He is a fun guy. And somewhere along the line, I see we got the senator from the 18th here. He learned how to wakeboard, and in 2009, well after medical school, he was the Neptune Dive and Ski Open Wakeboard Tournament champion. So we've had to put a limit up there at Lake Burton on how much wake they can make. So this is a very well-rounded fella, very well-respected. He's been married for probably close to 20 years now, I think 18 years, to his sweet wife, Rachel. Has 3 children, Samuel, Caroline, and Amos, and they're all great kids there in Athens. So let me introduce you to my friend, Dr. Mason Florence.
Thank you, Senator and Counselor, for that great introduction. I just want to say thank you. It's a privilege to be here. It's a privilege to just serve the citizens of the state of Georgia, and appreciate all the work that you're doing, and wish that best of luck to you all, and continue to support us in whatever that looks like for you. And I will say that since that wakeboarding competition, I had a little injury along the way, and I had about a 6-month-old and couldn't really take care of him, so that's the end of the wakeboarding days per my wife. So so much for that.
All right, it's Girl Scout Day here at the Capitol. It's a great day, so we're so glad to have them. Here comes some of them down the hallway right now. So always excited to have the Girl Scouts. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Resolution 549 by Senators Parent of the 42nd and others. A resolution recognizing February 6, 2024 as Girl Scout Day at the Capitol and commending Girl Scouts as a national leader in leadership development and for other purposes. Whereas the Girl Scout leadership experience encourages girls to develop a strong sense of self, connect to their communities both locally and globally, and feel empowered to make a difference in the world. And now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body recognize February 6, 2024 as Girl Scout Day at the state capitol and commend the Girl Scouts as a national leader in developing girls of courage, confidence, and character. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. Recognize the senator. Hey. Somebody would have objected to that. We would have thrown them out of the chamber. I'll just tell you that right now. Recognize the senator from the 42nd to speak to the resolution.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. Well, as the president just said, today is the best day at the Georgia State Capitol, and that is because it is Girl Scout Day here at the Capitol. We are so thrilled to welcome the Girl Scouts and their cookies to the state capitol here today. Just want to go over a few of the superlatives that we can say about both the Girl Scouts who are here with us in the chamber, in the gallery, and about the national and local Girl Scouts organizations. Girl Scouts USA is a national leader in providing leadership development experience to American girls. The Girl Scout leadership experience encourages girls to develop a strong sense of self, connect to their communities both locally and globally, and be empowered to make a difference in the world. Girl Scouts offers hands-on, girl-led, girl-centered learning in STEM, the outdoors, entrepreneurship, and many other fields. In this way, the Girl Scouts provides abundant opportunities for girls to develop life and leadership skills. I know it's a special point of pride for all of us that the Girl Scouts were founded in 1912 right here in Savannah, Georgia, by Juliet Gordon Low. More than 59 million American women are Girl Scout alumni. This includes me and many of our other present, past, and future state senate leaders. There are about 2.5 million girls and adult volunteers who are active members today, as well as 75,000 Girl Scouts currently active in the homeland, the Girl Scout homeland of the state of Georgia. I'd like to introduce those guests that are here with us today. Anelli Nutarin, who is the COO of the Girl Scouts of Greater Atlanta. Alicia Jordan, who's the digital marketing manager. And last but certainly not least, Ariella Ayanasazan, who is a Girl Scout and who is going to bring us a few words. Please join me in recognizing and thanking the Girl Scouts for their work in supporting the development of strong, competent, and confident young women. We look forward to hearing from you, Ariella.
Good morning, all. My name is Ariella Ayanasazan, and I am a senior at Peach Ridge High School in Suwanee. I'm honored to be here today to share how Girl Scouts has positively impacted my life. This is my 13th year of Girl Scouting and 5th Girl Scouts Day at the Capitol. Through events such as Girl Scouts Day at the Capitol, mock trial at the Georgia Bar, and the Miss Media program, Girl Scouts had truly developed me as a girl, a go-getter, G, innovator, I, risk-taker, R, and leader, L. Girl Scouts brings their dreams to life and work together to build a better world. In cookie sales, which you'll see cookies right on your desk today, girls learn how to run a business, manage finances, and customer service skills. Girl Scouts always ensures a welcoming environment to build girls up to be the best they can be. Thank you.
we have a former colleague of ours from Gwinnett County, P.K. Martin, here today. Senator P.K. Martin. Let's give P.K. a round of applause. P.K., you sit right in front of me and get me in all kinds of trouble. So, glad to have you, P.K. Are there any unanimous consents? Does any senator wish to rise on a point of personal privilege? I recognize the senator from the 25th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Wanted to recognize Baldwin County leadership and youth leadership. If y'all would stand and be recognized for a warm Senate welcome. Thank y'all. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Good to have the leadership, youth leadership of Baldwin. Y'all got a big crowd here today. Y'all got a really big one. So thank you, Senator. Recognize the senator from the 31st.
Good morning, Mr. President. I rise today to celebrate another momentous step on the road to the FIFA World Cup in 2026. In June of 2022, Atlanta, Georgia was selected, along with 16 other North American cities, to host the city for the FIFA World Cup in 26, and we're eagerly awaiting the announcement. Well, I'm excited to share you that this past Sunday afternoon, FIFA announced that the City of Atlanta will host 8 FIFA World Cup matches, including 5 group matches, a knockout round match. And Atlanta will also host the second most matches out of the 16 host cities. What does that mean for Georgia and Georgians in 2026? With the first match set on June 15 and the semifinal match set for July 15, the length of the World Cup will feel more like the 96 Olympics for those that were here, and a Final Four match, or even similar to a Super Bowl. The month-over-month activity and economic impact of hosting the FIFA World Cup is estimated between $450 and $500 million for the state of Georgia. That's 96,000 hotel rooms in Metro Atlanta to be filled with national and international visitors. Small businesses, entertainment venues, and cities will see fans, along with other dignitaries from across the world. I would like to personally congratulate the FIFA World Cup host committee, led by the Atlanta Sports Council and Dan Corso, the team of the Metro Atlanta Chamber, the Arthur M. Blanks Sports and Entertainment Group, the Atlanta Visitor and Convention Bureau, Governor Brian Kemp, the Georgia World Congress Center Authority, Mayor Andre Dickens, and others. Through a private-public partnership, these partners have led a united bid for Atlanta and the state of Georgia. The FIFA World Cup host committee eagerly looks forward to hosting a first-class event for all Georgians and national and international visitors. Please join me in celebrating what is a true win for the state of Georgia this past weekend as we prepare to host the FIFA World Cup in 2026. Secondly, just real quick, I do want to let everyone know that today is Y Day in the state capitol. We have Y visitors, directors, staff, volunteers from all over the state as part of the Metro Atlanta Y and the Georgia Alliance of the YMCAs. I don't think I have to tell you that our Ys in our communities do much more than just being a gym or focus on physical fitness. They play a pretty vital role, I know, in my community with affordable aftercare services, engaging our communities to live socially responsible, promote healthy living, and the biggest part, youth development of most of our youth in so many of our counties across the state. So just say hello to the Wide. I know they're here today. And just say thank you for all the services and work that you do in all 159 counties. God bless. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. I recognize the senator from the 7th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, I stand before you with immense pride as I introduce a resolution that not only celebrates an institution that has been the backbone of our community, but also marks a significant milestone in our collective journey towards economic excellence. I am speaking, of course, about the Gwinnett Chamber of Commerce, an organization that has, since its inception in 1947, tirelessly championed and served the businesses within Gwinnett County. For over 75 years, the Gwinnett Chamber has been a beacon of support, advocacy, and innovation for over 2,000 members, representing more than 22,000 businesses and an additional 10,000 sole proprietors in our county. A county that is proud to be home to nearly 600 international businesses. This remarkable institution has not only fostered a thriving business environment, but has also been a pivotal force in shaping the economic landscape of our region. It is with great honor that I highlight the Chamber's recent achievements. On November 17, 2022, the Gwinnett Chamber of Commerce was awarded a 5-star accreditation from the United States Chamber of Commerce, the highest designation achievable in the chamber industry nationwide. This accolade alone speaks volumes about the caliber of leadership, vision, and dedication at the heart of the Gwinnett Chamber. But the accolades did not stop there. On August 1st, 2023, our chamber was bestowed with the Association of Chamber of Commerce Executives Chamber of the Year designation. This prestigious honor, the first in Gwinnett Chamber's history, and only the second time it was selected as a finalist, underscores the impactful work being done by the Chamber to support and grow our local businesses. And recently, the Chamber has invested $5.4 million in the renovation of its 3-store facility. This significant investment not only preserves the legacy of those who built it, but also ushers in a modernized hub for the next generation of Gwinnett's business community, further solidifying our county's reputation for a strong economic climate. Therefore, it is abundantly fitting and proper that we recognize the outstanding accomplishments of this extraordinary chamber. I propose that we declare February 6, 2024 as Gwinnett Chamber Day, extending our best wishes for the continued growth, development, and success of the Gwinnett Chamber of Commerce. And they are with us here today. Please recognize them. Here's to many more years of success, innovation, and community building. Thank you so much. I yield the well.
All right, thank you, Senator, and we're so glad to have the Gwinnett County Chamber of Commerce. They do a great job, and they've got a great delegation to work with, so we appreciate them being here today. I recognize the senator from the 28th for appointed personal privilege. Senator, did you want to wait till this crowd clears out? All right, it doesn't matter, it's up to you. You wait? Okay. Just wait.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate you allowing me to wait for the entire county of Gwinnett to clear out. My wife, Megan, and I, as y'all all know, we actually were honored to go through one of the nation's oldest and most successful leadership training programs this past year. And the programs are designed for young business, civic, and community leaders. And we use the term young loosely. But every member that's ever been through Leadership Georgia, and that's the group I'm talking about, they have a deep desire and a potential to work together for a better Georgia. And we were so honored and blessed to be able to go through with such a great people that really embodied the essence of what Leadership Georgia is about. And there's members in this chamber that have been through Leadership Georgia. There's members that are currently going through Leadership Georgia, and there's one guy that's gone through, and he's going through again. I guess Senator from the 19th couldn't get it right the first time. But I'm honored to have many members of my class here with us today. They're in the balcony. If y'all would please stand. This is our leadership class of 2023, best class ever. And Representative Jasmine Clark is down here with us. She was in our class today or last year as well. And it truly was an honor to serve with you guys and travel this state and see how different communities are getting it right and learning from what they're doing right and also from what they're doing wrong. And it's something that each and every one of us can take back into our communities, and I know they are. And I encourage members and I encourage class members, get to know your legislators. And legislators, I really encourage you to get to know them, because these are the future of our state, and it's such an honor to have them here today, and God bless each and every one of you, and y'all give them a big round of applause. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 32nd.
Thank you very much. I wanted to remind the senators that today is Skin Cancer Awareness Day at the Capitol, along with all the other great groups that we've had. And some of you who have very fair skin or don't have a lot of coverage on top of your head may want to stop by room 230 today, and they'll do a skin cancer screening and give you some products to keep you from getting skin cancer. That's room 230. They'll be there until 1 o'clock. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Thank you, Senator. The chair recognizes the senator from the 11th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hope everyone noticed the log truck and the Ponzi processor out here beside the Capitol. We're not fixing to cut down the trees around the Capitol, but it is Forestry Day at the Capitol. So I hope you will join us down at the Freight Depot this afternoon at 5 o'clock as we celebrate the fact that Georgia is the #1 forestry state in the nation. Thank you, Mr. President. Yield the will.
Thank you, Senator. The chair recognizes the senator from the 36th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. February, as we all surely know, is Black History Month. We are in the first early days of February, and I want to rise today to bring a moment's reflection on an incredible black leader that rose from being a domestic worker here in Atlanta to founding the National Union of Domestic Workers nationwide. Her name, I'd like to lift up the name of Dorothy Bolden. She was born in 1924, and she was with us until 2005. And it's appropriate to recognize and celebrate her remarkable legacy. She was a trailblazer and an advocate for workers' rights. She was born here in Atlanta, as I said earlier, and she fearlessly paved the way for countless domestic workers, really leaving an indelible mark on history. It was in the 60s when she founded the National Domestic Workers Union of America, and it started right here in Georgia as she realized the powerlessness of herself and other women who labored as domestics and had very little power over the conditions of their work. And I'll point out, and the senator from the 15th, I'm always reminded when I stand in the well and look in his eyes, his mother was a domestic worker who marched in Montgomery the historic bus boycott, and the throngs of women domestic workers that helped change history in Montgomery. Dorothy Bolton was changing history here in Atlanta and across the nation in founding the National Domestic Workers Union. And it was about labor rights, her work, but it was also empowerment. She believed in the strength of unity and the power of every voice. And I say to you today, we stand on the shoulders of Dorothy Bolden, celebrate the work she did, the voice that she gave to domestic workers in Atlanta, in Georgia, and across the nation. And we are inspired by her to continue the journey towards justice and equality. Dorothy Bolden's reputation and contributions are timeless and will live far beyond the days she was here on earth with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. The chair recognizes the senator from the 2nd for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. This morning, colleagues, I do rise on quite a somber note. At the end of last week, I was notified that I had lost one of my most distinguished constituents, and that was evangelist Willie Bell Brack. Ms. Brack was in her late 80s and had told her children she did not want to be resuscitated. She did not want anything done. She wanted to go and meet her maker face to face. Ms. Brack was the neighborhood grandmother. She was the neighborhood mother. Ms. Brack was also the neighborhood snitch. She would call my grandmother from the top of the street and tell on me by the time I got home. And so Ms. Brack was also one of those ladies that didn't allow trash or junk or anything in her yard. And I never forget the first time I ran for office, colleagues. I decided to go by and talk to Ms. Brack and ask her for a vote, but I didn't leave her a sign because I felt like she didn't want any junk in her yard. And so I went down the street and went to Uncle Mel's house, put a sign in her yard, and I got a call from Ms. Brack. And Mother Brack said, how you come by my house, boy, and you don't leave me a sign? How does Mel have a sign and I don't? I said, Mother Brack, you don't like junk in your yard. She said, that's not junk, that's important. I better get a sign. And I've been dropping signs off every election I've ever run since then. Ms. Brack was a no-nonsense lady. She loved the Lord, and she would just keep up with the neighborhood. And if you went by her house, you couldn't cuss, you couldn't drop trash, your pants had to be pulled up. You better say good morning, because she'll tell you off the porch, I didn't sleep with you last night. So you had to speak to Ms. Brack every which of way. So colleagues, I would just ask you for a moment of silence to remember one of my constituents, and that is in the life and person of Mother Evangelist Willie Bell Brack.
Senator has requested a moment of silence. Chamber abide.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize Senator from the 16th.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. On your desk this morning is we're going to be dealing, it looks like, with the issue of sports gambling, or sports betting, excuse me. There's a report on your desk from the NCAA that you might find interesting. It's a survey that they did about sports betting. And then their statement on sports betting is there as well, and it reads this way. It says, what is the NCAA's rule about sports betting? NCAA rules ban participation in sports betting activities and prohibits the providing information for individuals involved in or associated with any type of sports betting or activities concerning intercollegiate, amateur, or professional athletics competition. And in other words, if you are a student athlete, coach, or athletic staff member, regardless of the sport or division, you're not allowed to bet or to provide any useful information that can influence a bet in any sport the NCAA sponsors at any level. Just think as we make decisions, we also need to listen to the education and to the information that's there, and as we go. Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to rise on a point of personal privilege? I see our former senator, now Representative Michelle Owl, is here today. Welcome, Representative. How's everything over in the other chamber? Everything good over there? Awesome. All right, great. That's good. You have before you a consent calendar, privilege resolutions. Does any senator wish to remove a resolution from the consent calendar? Is there objection to the adoption of resolution on the consent calendar? Chair hears none. The resolution on the consent calendar is adopted. Scared you, didn't it? Huh? Are there any motions to withdraw or commit? Have you? All right. You have before you a consent calendar on local bills. Mr. Secretary, have any objections been filed to any of these bills on the local consent calendar?
Mr. President, no objection has been filed.
Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee on state and local government operations, which is favorable to the passage of the bill on local consent calendars? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. The question is on the passage of the bills on local consent calendars. All those in favor will vote yea, opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bills, the yeas are 51, the nays are 1. This bill on the local consent calendar, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. State your inquiry.
Terry inquiry.
State your inquiry.
I was wondering if you could have the clerk check the machine on the senator from the 53rd. It showed up green, and normally he votes red, but I just realized this was his bill.
That's a very good point, Mr. Majority Leader. It's no wonder you're the majority leader right there. So the Senator Partamilli, state your inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is it not true this is the very first piece of legislation I've ever passed in this Senate body? And I would like to thank this Senate body for all of its votes, and even the one senator who objected. I respect your objection, sir.
Is that really your first one? Oh, wow. All right. I am so proud of you, Senator. They're going to have a parade for you this weekend, I'm sure. So I recognize the pro tem.
Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, I'd like to make a motion for reconsideration of the previous vote.
Recognize the senator from the 14th.
Mr. President, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
I was just going to ask, isn't this also the last piece of legislation that the senator from the 53rd is going to pass through this body?
Senator knows what he speaks. So. I recognize the majority leader for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent that the following bills be engrossed at this time: SB 189 and SB 344.
The majority leader has moved that ask for unanimous consent on bills SB 189, SB 344. Secretary, read the captions.
Senate Bill 189, a bill by Senator Burns of the 23rd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 21 of the OCGA relating to primaries and elections generally, so as to provide that the text portions of ballots produced by ballot marking devices shall be counted for vote tabulation and recounts and for other purposes. Additionally, Senate Bill 344 by Senator Anna Bitarte of the 31st and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 4883 of the OCGA relating to exemptions from sales and use taxes so as to exempt sales of firearms, ammunition, gun safes, and other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Majority leader has waived. I think I heard objection to the motions. All right. There is objection, so we'll just put it on the board. How about that? Senator from 53rd, for what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
State your inquiry.
According to Senate Rule 6-9.1, I would request to debate the motion of engrossment.
Would you like to be recognized as speaking the well?
Yes, Mr. President.
Well, you are recognized, my friend.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise an objection today to the motion to engross because there is an amendment that I would like to make to Senate Bill 344. Line 10 of the substitute in that bill only grants a limited number of days for a tax exemption of firearms and accessories. I would like to amend that piece of legislation to say from January 1st to December 31st of every single year. Now, understand this is a tax bill, so people say, well, we got to engross it because we can't make changes to these tax exemptions without a fiscal note. Well, if you look at the fiscal note, it says it's going to cost about $1 million for those 11 days. Okay? So you take that, you multiply that by 11, 12. If we're going to do 365 days, we have what, a $16 billion surplus. We're looking at about $30 million, so that's 0.1% of the budget. So if a senator is going to make the argument that we can't engross this because it's going to be, we've got objections because of a fiscal note, we're only talking about 0.1% of the budget. So, Mr. President, I would like to amend this bill to completely exempt firearms, gun safes, and accessories 365 days a year. And it's so ironic because this piece of legislation, it only allows the exemption right before an election, which is how convenient for politicians who want to say we stand strong for our Second Amendment rights. We're going to give the people a little gimme right here before election season. Mr. President, I think taxes on firearms are an infringement upon our Second Amendment rights. You see, voting in favor of an amendment to allow 365 days a year would be voting in favor of all law-abiding citizens. I think back to my constituents at home, those people who are on the shotgun team, those high school kids. That's right, in Northwest Georgia, we have rifle and shotgun teams, as many other rural areas do in our state. Those students want to practice their shot. They have to go into the store, and we charge them tax. I don't think that's right. Mr. President, my constituents in Northwest Georgia, they read the news in Chattanooga. We're right there next to it. And we hear this news in Brentwood, Tennessee, recently, about 3 or 4 weeks ago, where a Colombian cartel was bringing indentured servants into neighborhoods. They were telling those indentured servants, you have to go rob the houses. The bounty that you bring back, that'll pay your way across the border. So when we're having to deal with that type of crisis in our state, Mr. President, I think it's fair that when a young family goes to the gun store to buy a firearm to preserve their freedom and protect themselves, they don't have to pay a tax. Mr. President, outlaws are never going to pay the tax. Ammunition, guns, it's traded on the black market, there's no tax collected. The tax that we currently have only affects law-abiding citizens. So I ask that we do not engross Senate Bill 344, allow for a debate on my amendment, and we get that bill perfect. It's a good start, but let's make it perfect. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. I recognize the senator from the 55th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. Senate Republicans must stop this. We are continuing past behavior by engrossing bills and preventing amendments to improve bills. I do know for a fact that one of the Democratic members in the committee had an amendment that could probably have improved this bill. The bill could potentially become a better bill for the people of this state. There are good ideas in both our caucuses, especially the Democratic caucus. And this process, it should remain open. It should remain open for all our participation. Continuing this tradition of preventing democratic participation on the floor should not be the way to operate under the gold dome. So, Mr. President, I just ask if we could not continue this process, let it stay open, let everybody participate, and make the laws of this state better for the people of the state. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield.
Thank you, Senator. The majority leader has made a motion and asked for unanimous consent, and the minority whip objected to it. So this is on SB 189 and SB 344. All those in favor of the majority leader's motion will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the motion, the yeas are 30 and the nays are 23, and the motion prevails. On to the rules calendar. Secretary read SB 405.
Senate Bill 405, a bill by Senator Dixon of the 45th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 31C of Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the OCGA relating to the Completion Special Schools Act, so as to lower the age of eligibility from 18 to 16 for certain students to be enrolled in a completion special school, to revise definitions, to provide for reports of cohort graduation rates by local school system, and by completing special school, and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Education and Youth recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dixon of the 45th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 45th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate colleagues, I rise to bring before you SB 405 today. What this bill has to do with is the state completion schools, which more of you would know them locally by Mountain Ed, Foothills, and Coastal Plain. And Senate colleagues, if you'll remember last year, there was a House bill that was passed out of this body and signed into law. It was House Bill 87, and it made several changes to the completion schools. Mainly on accountability and funding. Before that bill, and it was a great bill and had great measures in it, and I supported the bill. But the main changes were funding. Before last year, before House Bill 87, the state was picking up a majority of the funding and cost of these schools. The House Bill 87 changed that, where your residency schools were more accountable to that funding, and the local dollars followed the child as they went to these completion schools. It also changed as far as accountability on the graduation rates, which those students would be held accountable, or the residency schools would be held accountable, and the graduation rates would stay with the residency school. There was a measure, and that's what this bill does. It makes one change to that bill last year. It set the dropout age at 18. And what House or Senate Bill 405 does is it changes that dropout age from 18 to 16. And the reason for that, and what we've seen over the past year since this bill was signed into law, is those 3 completion schools, they're, as far as their enrollment rates, they've dropped tremendously. Mountain Ed's enrollment rate has dropped about 20%. Foothills has dropped 17%, and Coastal Plain has dropped 47%. And the reason for that, or one of the reasons for that, is the 16 and 17-year-olds that may not be able to finish school at their residency school for whatever the reason may be. They're having to work during the day. They've started a family or whatever it is. They're able to go to these schools at night. It's very flexible. They can take some classes online. But the 16 and 17-year-olds with House Bill 87, they're unable to make that choice on their own. Their parents or the student make that choice and transfer over to these schools. And at 16 and 17, they rely on the residency school to make that change, and it takes typically about 45 days for them to transfer over. And a lot of these students, like I said, life happens for whatever reason. They're having to work during the day. They've started a family, and they can't go to school during the regular school hours, and they want to move over to one of these completion schools. But the 16, 17-year-olds are having to wait 45 days. And I've had one story of a young lady who's in school at Foothills currently, and she was pregnant, had to get a job. She couldn't go to her residency school during the day and wanted to transfer over to Foothills. And because she was 17 years old, it took 6 months for her to get through the paperwork and the red tape to get enrolled to that school. She's a success story because she is enrolled and she's going to graduate, but we're losing a lot of students. And like I said, those drop in enrollment rates, we're losing thousands of students that may be on the verge of not getting a high school diploma at all. And we all know in this chamber, without a high school diploma here in the state of Georgia, it makes it very difficult to be a successful citizen. And if we want to stay the #1 state to do business, we've got to find ways to make sure that it's easy access for students to get high school diplomas here in this state. And with that, Mr. President, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
You do have a question, Senator. Recognize the Senator from the 4th. He's waived, Senator, so you have no questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Senator has yielded the well. I recognize the Senator from the 4th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues. I think we ought to really call this a workforce development bill. First of all, I would want you to know that I support this bill more than 100%. The state charter school system in my area is Coastal Plains charter system. I don't want us to be confused. These are not alternative school students. These are non-traditional school students. What does non-traditional mean? Well, my area, when I went to the Coastal Plains Charter School in Statesboro, first young student I met was an African-American kid who lived with his grandmother, worked at a car wash during the daytime to help support her, went to school at night from 6 o'clock to 10 o'clock. If he had not have been in that school system at 6 o'clock to 10 o'clock, he would have been a dropout. The next student I talked to was an African-American girl, young lady that had a small baby, had a 2-year-old baby, lived with her mother. Mother worked during the daytime, so she stayed home with the child during the daytime. When the mother came home at night, that's when the student went to school, 6 to 10 o'clock at night. The next student I talked to was a Hispanic girl who actually the counselor told me was so shy, and she wouldn't even look me in the face. She was so shy that she would not have even being able to stay in school. Those are non-traditional students. Those are not alternative school students. As the senator from the 49th mentioned to me earlier this morning, she said, where would these people have been if they were not in these schools? They would have been dropouts because they could not go to school during the normal 8 to 3 or 7 to 3 type time frame. These are people that will ultimately be taxpayer productive, part of our workforce, because at Coastal Plains, in my school, in Statesboro, when I asked them their first year of graduation, they had 14 graduate. I said, where are those students at now? Of those 14, 13 of them replied. Of those 13, one had joined the military. One was just working. That leaves 11. There was 5 at Agee Technical College and 6 at East Georgia State College because they had a diploma, because they had graduated from school. Prior to House Bill 87, increase in the dropout age, Coastal Plains had 2,800 students, as the senator said a few minutes ago, 2,800 students. They now have 1,511, for a decrease of 47%. In my town, Statesboro, Georgia, the campus had 203 students prior to the dropout age changing. They now have 94 for a decrease of 53%. The Metter campus, which is Cannon County next door to me, had 135. They now have 61 for a decrease of 74. Where are those students at? They're out working. They have got to have this school system as non-traditional schools in order to get a diploma. We talk about workforce development all the time. We have to educate students and find ways to keep them in school. Please press green for support of Senate Bill 405 and keep all of other aspects of House Bill 87 in place. Mr. President, I yield the will. Thank you.
Senator has yielded. Recognize the senator from the 12th. Speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, we continue to carve out specialty schools for various situations that we have absolutely no control over. You cannot control human behavior. Pregnancy. I want to drop out because I don't like the school principal. I didn't like the teacher. I don't like the way they conduct the school. You cannot create specialty schools for every situation that comes along. House Bill 87 was just signed by the governor addressing the issues of cost, funding, money, fiduciary responsibilities, funding, money, fiduciary accountability, how the money is being spent and where it's going. We have not given this, which is HB 87, an entire year to work before we want to change it again. Does this make sense? There are already options for our students in the state of Georgia. And again, colleagues, we cannot correct and address and take care of every human situation that occurs in families. We can't do it. The state would be broke. So I'm asking you to vote no against this bill until we figure out. Now, these schools, 3 of them have been in operation for 20 years plus. We didn't have one in Southwest Georgia. The senator came to the well and named about 9 situations where the students were successful after completing the schools. That was it. Where did and I've been promised a school if and when. Haven't gotten that yet. but I would much rather the money remain in our public schools. We are starving our public schools by taking away funding that we need, not only for resources, but for personnel as well. Thank you, Mr. President, and I'll yield the bill.
Thank you, Senator. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Senator, you want to close debate? Or you waive? Waive. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea, opposed nay. Secretary, lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 45, the nays are 8. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Moving on to SB 332. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 332, a bill by Senator Robertson of the 29th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 151832 of the OCGA relating to Prosecuting Attorneys Qualifications Commission, authority, membership, ex parte communications, governance, disciplinary actions, confidentiality, and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland of the 17th District Chairman. The Senate Judiciary Committee offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 332. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 151832 of the OCGA relating to Prosecuting Attorneys Qualifications Commission, authority, membership, ex parte communications, governance, disciplinary actions, confidentiality, and privileged nature, and for other purposes. Senator Robertson of the 29th and others offer the following amendment to amend the Senate Committee on Judiciary substitute to Senate Bill 332 by replacing the on line 4 the following. As to remove the provision for review and adoption by the Supreme Court, to provide for an effective date, to provide for related and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 29th to speak to the bill and the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Prior to the session starting, the local town newspaper put out a glossary of terms that we use here inside the Capitol. And one of the terms they used was cleanup bill. And they gave a fairly accurate description of it, even though I think they found a little tongue-in-cheek type humor in it. Well, friends, what you have before you today is absolutely a little cleanup bill. This bill, the original bill, SB 92, passed out last session. It was challenged by 5 district attorneys in the Superior Court. The judge reviewed the legislation, did not agree with the district attorneys. said that he did not see in the bill the dangers that they purported to see, felt it was good legislation, and passed it on. The Georgia Supreme Court looked at the legislation because some language was added that would allow them to give the thumbs up on the rules made by the commission. The primary concern that the court had is an ongoing question which our friends who are attorneys are probably more familiar with than anyone, especially those who are prosecuting attorneys, is this ongoing debate of whether the district attorney's office is a part of the executive branch or the judicial branch. And the Georgia Supreme Court said until that question is answered, they were not comfortable in playing a role in this, which I thought was a very honorable and humbling opinion that showed that that they were giving thoughtful review to this. So all this legislation does, this little cleanup bill, is on line 14. It takes out, provided, however, that such standards and rules shall be effective only upon the review and adoption of the Supreme Court, and allows the prosecuting Attorneys Qualification Commission to work along with PAC and make those rules. And the amendment, all it does is says once this bill is passed and the governor signs it, that it is effective upon his signature. I want to thank the senator from the 42nd, I believe it was, or one of the senators left a letter on our desk that was concerned about due process. That is covered in the legislation. If you remember SB 92, it's very clear. I'll give you the line number if you happen to have a copy of SB 92 handy, which I'm sure I would hope everybody would. It's a great piece of legislation. Line 188, 189, and 190 discusses that the standards and rules that this commission sets have to correspond with due process laws that already exist. So due process not only comes up in complaints against prosecutors, but due process comes up when JQC handles complaints against judges. Due process comes up when the GBI, Georgia State Patrol, FBI, Department of Justice handle complaints against law enforcement officers. Nobody in the United States of America surrenders their rights to due process, especially if it were to be a criminal investigation, which is why I advise everybody when they read you the Miranda warning, the best thing for you to do is yield to your attorney, because they'll handle to ensure that you get due process. Simple cleanup bill, Mr. President. And with that, I would ask everyone to vote green on the amendment, green on the cleanup bill. And with that, I'll yield the well.
Senator has yielded. Recognize the senator from the 42nd. Speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. This piece of legislation actually presents us with a couple of different issues, because first there's the policies and the entire prosecuting attorney's qualifications oversight commission that was put into place by SB 92 that has not been able to be effectuated due to problems with that legislation. So we have to consider the underlying bill from last year, SB 92, as well as this particular bill, SB 332, that is trying to deal with some of the problems in SB 92 that has prevented that commission from being able to begin any work. So couple of points on SB 92, last year's bill. Prosecutors themselves are better equipped to decide which cases are appropriate to prosecute than the General Assembly. They have been elected by their communities. It is not feasible with limited resources to prosecute every single potential crime that was committed. They also have to consider whether or not a case has the level of quality and witnesses and evidence where conviction could be obtained. That is part of trying to do the analysis about whether it's one that the office is going to pursue. And that is one of the reasons that SB 92 is a threat to prosecutorial discretion and the independence of that part of our judicial system. A subtext to that is that that bill from last year, as well as this one that's trying to clean it up, are lawmakers, Republican lawmakers really, who are trying to target prosecutors who have been democratically elected to serve their particular communities, not Republican legislators in this building, and who, apparently are dissatisfied with some of the decisions that they have made. Again, there are ways that that can be dealt with both at the ballot box and by provisions already within our law in terms of prosecutors who may have really gone afoul of the law. Number 3, last year's bill was apparently so haphazardly and poorly drafted that we're already back fixing it, and there is a lawsuit that was filed against it immediately that was withdrawn when the Supreme Court declined to move forward with its charge under SB 92. That lawsuit will continue when the Prosecuting Oversight Commission gets going, or Prosecuting Attorneys Qualifications Commission, to use its official name, actually finally gets going. I suggest to you that there are more than a few other problems with that piece of legislation that are not fixed by SB 332. Lastly, on this particular fix, you will notice, if you look at line 12 of the bill, that this Prosecuting Attorneys Qualifications Commission is supposed to work with the Prosecuting Attorneys Council of the state of Georgia to promulgate standards of conduct and rules for the commission's governance. Well, what ended up happening is that, per the bill, PAC stood up a committee of democratically elected district attorneys and solicitors general from both parties to meet and do the duty as they had been ordered to in this legislation. Meanwhile, the Prosecuting Attorneys Qualifications Commission itself generated totally separate set of rules, and both of these were going up to the Supreme Court. There's a lot of back and forth, and he did, they did, she didn't do, related to that entire debate between the Rules Committee put on by PAC and the rulemaking process that was undertaken by the Qualifications Commission. But suffice it to say, it was a frankly mess, in the sense that there were several competing versions. It was all going up to the Supreme Court, and that, of course, did not get resolved when the Supreme Court said, nope, we are not able to review these potential oversight and governance and rulemaking packages anyway. So then you see that by just removing the Supreme Court, what does that mean? That means there is no oversight whatsoever to what the standards of conduct and rules for this commission's governance will be. And by removing any person or entity independent of the Prosecuting Attorneys Qualifications Commission itself to oversee it, then what do you have? A true conflict of interest situation, a true fox guarding the hen house situation, which then leads to other due process concerns. So I would just caution you that this fix is probably not what it seems and creates a whole other host of problems that we aren't even beginning to grapple with in this particular piece of legislation. So I don't think it's in a shape that's worthy of support, and for that reason I'll be voting no, and I yield the will.
Recognize the senator from the 53rd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, will be objecting today. I objected when we first passed this piece of legislation. And to me, the legislation is only getting worse with the new piece of legislation, taking out the Supreme Court's review. There are only about 50 district attorneys across the entire state. That's less than the members in this body. We as a Senate and as a legislature have the ability to investigate and impeach. Pretty tall order for someone. Why are we farming that duty out to an unelected group of people? So now that we don't have the Supreme Court reviewing their rules, what type of rules can they create? Well, I pray that one day, and it may happen soon, unfortunately, we have a different party in leadership in this state. And when we do, and they start reestablishing who's on this commission, what's going to happen to the district attorneys back in Northwest Georgia? You see, this has been used as a scapegoat against District Attorney Fonnie Willis for 6 months. I can remember calling for a special session to investigate Fonnie Willis, and my Republican colleagues said, oh, no problem. We've got a prosecutorial commission that's going to take care of business. Just come October, they're going to set their rules in place. Well, guess what? The Supreme Court didn't approve their rules, and now we're just going to take their review out of the place, so now they can just make any rogue review set of rules they want. That's very dangerous, Mr. President. You know, I think it was September 30th or so, the Prosecutorial Commission, they released a letter that said that they would not look back into the past until the rules were established. They would only look into the future. Well, we have a rogue district attorney right now named Fonnie Willis of Fulton County who is a domestic threat to our Constitution, and we're going to farm out the duties of keeping her accountable to this Prosecutorial Commission. Mr. President, we have all the authority in the General Assembly. We have checks and balances in our Constitution. Let's not pass the buck. Politicians are really good at passing the buck, and I'm here to, as the senator from the 14th likes to say, set a mark. Set a mark that we all be reminded that at this moment, if we pass this and say it's going to go after Fonnie Willis, we're passing the buck. And I yield, Mr. President.
Senator has yielded. Recognize the senator from the 25th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, I come to you today to tell you a story. I'm no attorney, but December the 6th, 2006, I got a phone call. My father had been involved in an automobile accident in Bibb County, Georgia. A young lady, we found out later, under the influence of marijuana, had been smoking dope, ran a stop sign, and killed my father. My stepmother was almost killed. She was in intensive care for several weeks. Now, as things proceeded, the young lady was charged with vehicular homicide and serious bodily injury to another. The young lady winds up down at Jekyll Island while she's out on bail, goes to the beach music festival, and gets arrested for underage drinking. Apparently there's a problem there. Well, time goes on. The young lady is indicted. Trial date is set. We talked to the assistant DA in Bibb County, and she tells us we have a good, solid case. My father was 79 years old, one of the healthiest 79-year-olds you ever saw. He cut his own grass in a white shirt and tie. He had his garden. He was very active. He worked every day. But his life was cut short by someone who ran a stop sign under the influence. Whether they're under the influence of drugs, alcohol, whatever, it doesn't matter. She was under the influence. And so the trial date gets set, and we get ready to go to trial. And just 2 days before the trial, we have a telephone conference with the assistant DA, and she tells us we have a good case. We're going after the maximum of this vehicular homicide case. And I tell her, thank you. I appreciate that. I worked with my father from the time I was 15 years old. We were very close, and I was fortunate to have that relationship. Well, we get to Bibb County Courthouse the morning of the trial, and we're summoned to come into a conference room where this assistant DA tells us she has changed her mind and is going to let this young lady plea out to probation and community service. That didn't sit well with me. Who could I complain to? Nobody. If this was a Superior Court judge that had done something, I could go to JQC. We have ethics that we follow. Everyone does. You're going to be judged either here or in the hereafter. But when blatant, non-prosecuting of murder of an innocent person, this is ridiculous. This is not about just a couple of years ago. This is 2006. I've been asking and pleading for somebody to do something, and we're here and we have the opportunity to do something, and it's time it's done now. The next time it could be some of your family members killed by someone under the influence, and the district attorney decides it's okay, they smoked some dope and got high and killed somebody. People don't see anything wrong with smoking dope anymore. Ladies and gentlemen, I've never smoked any dope. My father didn't smoke dope. But yet he died at the hands of someone that did. I'm going to vote yes for this. I'm going to ask you to, because the next person, and I have buried many, many people that have been killed by drunk drivers and under the influence drivers, and I want to ask each and every one of you to support this bill and vote for this so that nobody is above the law and everybody has to answer to somebody. Mr. President, I yield the well.
Thank you, Senator. Senator has yielded the well. I recognize the senator from the 14th.
Thank you, Mr. President. My primary purpose of being up here is actually to respond to the senator from the 25th to offer my sincerest condolences about what you went through and the pain that your family experienced. And I think in terms of the debate today, that really the opposition comes down to concerns about trust, that families like the senators go through this type of trauma every single day. And the question we have to ask ourselves is, what systems, what institutions do we have to respond to that heartbreak and that trauma? Our concern today, and the reason we continue to oppose this legislation, is simply that we are afraid that if we put in an institution like this for the reasons we're putting it in, that we've lost faith in elections. We've lost faith in the systems we already have to resolve this type of trauma. This is a very dangerous time, as we keep talking about, for our political institutions, and with a heavy heart, because I think this subject deserves a heavy heart and it deserves the seriousness of our debate. The opposition just submits to you that we are losing trust in some of our most basic institutions as a people. And if we continue down this road, we're concerned about what it means about this country's relationship to elections. Thank you, Mr. President. Yield the well.
Senators, yield the well. Recognize the senator from the 18th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I want to speak briefly to the measure that we've got before us. This was well debated last year on the bill that we passed, Senate Bill 92, and I want to thank the senator from the 29th for bringing the bill, and I want to thank him for bringing this amendment that I think everyone in this chamber knows and understands. We're here because of a decision from the Georgia Supreme Court that said that there was a separation of powers issue the way the bill was written. And it was their opinion that they should not serve in a supervisory or oversight capacity of this commission that we had created. This bill simply strikes the few words that provides the Supreme Court's oversight with regard to the rules. That's all this does. But in reviewing this, we've heard some of the same tired arguments that weren't really applicable last year, but we've heard them again. And so I think it merits talking about those just briefly. So first of all, the question that is raised and is challenged by our friends from the left says, wait a minute, this impedes on prosecutorial discretion, and it removes that, and it makes it so that the district attorneys don't have that. But while it's not in our notebooks because the portion of the bill that is stricken is all that needs to be in the notebook, I thought maybe it made some sense to go back and look at the original of SB 92. And in fact, very near the top of the bill that we passed, on line 26 says, this was added language to the statute that we had already on the books, quote, to review every individual case for which probable cause and prosecution exist, and to make a prosecutorial decision available under the law based on the facts and circumstances to each individual case under oath of duty as provided in Code Section 15-18-2. A prosecutorial decision. What we passed in SB 92 does not remove prosecutorial discretion as it is stated. In fact, we made sure that it was embodied in the bill that was being offered last year. Prosecutors still have that discretion. It's specifically baked into and quoted in a part of the bill. Second, the argument's been made that somehow this affects due process of district attorneys that are not doing their job or will have been found or charged through this process. But again, let's kind of go back to the bill. If you look at line 188 of the original bill that we passed last year, the Commission, with the assistance of the Prosecuting Attorneys Council of the State of Georgia, shall promulgate standards of conduct and rules for the Commission's governance which will comport with due process. It's specifically in the bill that we passed. Due process is required. Third, with regard to comments that were made about the district attorneys that have challenged this and have specific litigation that has been filed, and with all due respect to my friend from the 42nd, I would urge her and others that would buy into that argument to actually look at what those district attorneys have charged or what they have alleged in their complaint. They actually did not argue that SB 92 infringed on their prosecutorial discretion. What they argued was that it infringed upon their, quote, prosecutorial philosophy. One word difference between prosecutorial discretion and prosecutorial philosophy. And if you unpack the arguments made by those plaintiffs in those cases, those district attorneys, What they're saying is they want the right to be able to say, philosophically, we don't agree with certain laws that the legislature passed, and we're just going to choose not to prosecute them. Folks, that's not their job. That's our job and the folks across the hall who make the laws. So that's not actually the argument being made as suggested to you. Last thing I want to tell you is, so you'll find on your desk this letter. It's a front and back page letter from VERA, V-E-R-A, Institute of Justice. And so my first question I wondered is, why is this organization taking an interest in this bill that we've got today? What is it? And if you'll look at the arguments, they, in essence, first of all, they talk about that DAs are under the oversight of the state bar, presumably the State Bar of Georgia, but not for anything that SB 92 addresses. If you sat through the Judiciary Committee meetings, you know that nothing about the State Bar's oversight addresses what is being addressed by the bill that we passed last year, nor is it touched upon by the amendment being offered by the senator from the 29th. They go on and talk about due process rights and so forth and so on. But as I have told you, due process is baked into the bill, specifically requiring that district attorneys, of course, have due process rights. But what VERA really is trying to do is make it harder for Georgians to hold district attorneys accountable. So I really kind of wondered, I thought, well, who is VERA? Where are they from? And would you believe it's actually an organization, they're not right here in Atlanta, they're not in the metro area. Well, they're actually not in the state of Georgia. They're from Brooklyn, New York. So these good folks from Brooklyn, New York have put a letter on our desk wanting to tell us how our district attorneys ought to behave, and basically wanting to say, you know, we really don't think your DAs in Georgia ought to be held accountable. Folks, everybody in this room knows that we need justice for victims of crime. That's really what is driving this. We need justice for victims of crime. And I want to thank the senator from the 25th for sharing such a very personal, very deeply personal story, sharing that with this body and making the point better than I could ever do that. So with that, Mr. President, I would urge us, as the senator from the 29th has, vote yes on the amendment that is being offered, reaffirm 92. Let's get the Prosecutorial Oversight Commission in place so they can do their job, so it can meet the objectives of what we debated vigorously last year and get on with the business that our folks back home want us to do. With that, Mr. President, I'll yield the well.
The senator has yielded. Thank you, Senator. Ask the senator for the 29th to close debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank the President Pro Tem for his measured response, which is one of the reasons why I know I voted for him to be our President Pro Tem. Very measured and balanced. To my friend from North Georgia and to my friend from Metro Atlanta, this has nothing to do with elections, has nothing to do with the District Attorney of Fulton County. I understand that's a great bite for the media to grab a hold of. During this process, the senator from the 46th went to bat for me during this process because I was pushing this legislation. Then obviously I must be some kind of racist or some kind of bad person, because obviously this was focused on a African-American district attorney from Fulton County. This has never been about the district attorney from Fulton County. Myself and the senator from the 15th, which is nowhere near Fulton County, had to watch our constituents deal with a district attorney who refused to do his job, who tried to strong-arm law enforcement officers, uniformed police officers, to commit perjury in Superior Court. And it's all on video if you want to follow up, which many people like to complain, but they never want to follow up. But it's all on video what he tried to do. His name was Mark Jones. You'll find him in a couple of places. You'll find him as a former district attorney of the Chattahoochee Circuit, and you'll find him as a former inmate in the Georgia Department of Corrections, because he was arrested and prosecuted by the Attorney General's office for what he did as district attorney of the Chattahoochee Circuit. That's what it's about. Challenge any legislation you choose, but the senator from the 28th said something up here in the well the other day that I think was very strong, that caused everybody's heads to lift. Intentional or unintentional, do not be dishonest when you're standing here. The word he used was lie. Throughout this entire process, I have mentioned over and over who this bill's directed at. And I don't care what anybody else says. Senator Robertson from the 29th, my name was first on the bill. I'm the sponsor. I'm willing to stand up and take the beating, the punching, whatever comes for it, but do not twist my words and do not lie about what I say. This was for my friends in the Chattahoochee Circuit, who I sat in a restaurant with and listened to an individual whose uncle was murdered tell me he was threatened by the DA's office in the Chattahoochee Circuit if he filed a complaint against the district attorney. And the complaint of the district attorney was recorded in a phone call, and the reason the individual reached out to me is because his father had worked for me in the sheriff's office. And so when his uncle was murdered, I was the name he knew. Our Superior Court judges are held to a standard. We're going to listen to what they have to say tomorrow. All of our judges are held to a standard. Every man and woman that is post-certified and wears a badge in this state is held to a standard and investigated rigorously based on complaints. All we're trying to do is hold every officer of the court to the same standard. It's what's right. It's what the citizens who elect district attorneys and solicitor generals deserve in the individuals who, when they get in office, forget who they work for. They work for the men and women of this state. They worked for the senator from the 25th's father, who they failed to stand up for when he lost his life. Show courage, show reason. I ask that you vote yes on the amendment and vote yes on the legislation. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Senator has yielded. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. So we're to the point of the amendment, Amendment 1, authored by the senator from the 29th. Is there objection to Amendment 1, authored by the senator from the 29th? Without objection, Amendment 1 is added. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute as amended. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute as amended? Hearing none, the committee substitute as amended is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none, and the report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none, the main question is ordered. Question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. Senator, for what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it too late to excuse the senator from the 48th who is not in the building at this time?
We have already started voting, Senator.
Just want to know.
On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 29, the nays are 22. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Moving on to SB 373. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 373 by Senator Walker Lee 20th and others. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 4310A13 of the OCGA relating to requirements for licensure in marriage and family therapy so as to provide for the issuance of expedited licenses by endorsement for marriage and family therapists and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Regulated Industries and Utilities recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Cowser of the 46th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 20th. Speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I start presenting the bill, and this is a serious bill, before I start, I want to apologize to this body for coming down here badly needing a haircut. I don't feel like I'm living up to the standard of decorum that the Senate deserves, but frankly, after the floor debate last week, I kind of have PTSD, and I'm scared to go to a barber or get my hair cut. Which is sort of a segue, the PTSD, into this bill. But seriously, this is a serious bill. As we've heard time and time again, see it on the news, are quite aware of it. Nationwide, we have a mental health crisis. I don't know if it's because of, I think it's a combination, opioid epidemic, drug abuse, the pandemic, a lot of social isolation, kind of a carryover from that, a hangover from the pandemic. And then I think a big cause of it, in my opinion, is social media and bullying on social media and just all kind of, you look at Facebook and you think everybody else's life is perfect and they're having fun all the time. I'm still on Facebook, but I know that's not, that's old school. But anyway, everybody's got problems, but anyway, this nationwide mental health crisis is Georgia's not immune to that either, and we've recognized this for several years and have been taking strong measures to address the issue. A few years ago, we passed a omnibus mental health bill, House Bill 1013. After the Senate improved that bill, we passed it. We passed legislation to provide parity between physical health and mental health with your insurance, with your health insurance. We've gotten a DBHDD commissioner that's working tirelessly, Commissioner Tanner, to improve our mental health care resources and our mental health safety net. And he's determined to get Georgia out from under the federal Olmstead consent order. Even this session, we've got several pieces of legislation to improve Georgians' mental health. And Governor Kemp has put a record amount of money into mental health resources in our fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25 budget. All of these are very positive measures and are moving us in the right direction. The missing piece, I'm afraid, is workforce and mental health care providers. So without access to qualified mental health professionals, all of these efforts that we've done really will be in vain. Senate Bill 373 addresses this by allowing licensed marriage and family therapists that are licensed in other states that want to do business in Georgia or provide care in Georgia to get a expedited license by endorsement without having to go through additional coursework. They do have to, if you look at line 14, complete an application for licensure and pay all applicable fees. Line 15 and 16 hold a current, valid, and unrestricted license to practice as a marriage and family therapist issued by another state. 17, 18, 19, they have to be in good standing in such other state, not the subject of an investigation or disciplinary action. 20, they do not have a disqualifying criminal record. And 21, 22, they have to be verified to have a lawful presence in the United States pursuant to Code Section 50-36-1. If they meet all of those requirements and they, submit their application, they will get their license. This will direct them to get their license within 30 days from the date of receipt of the application and all of the documentation. Georgia has a serious problem with access to mental health care and a shortage of qualified mental health professionals at a time when demand for services is high and increasing. A 2023 study ranked Georgia 49th in the country in access to mental health care, and this bill will help address that workforce shortage and that problem with access. One reason this is supported so widely, if you look, there's a handout on your desk. There's a list of groups that support this bill. Just about every mental health advocacy group you can think of is in support of the bill. One reason this is really an easy measure, I think, to vote yes for is because there's a national standard in their curriculum and in the licensing already. So this is just recognizing that national standard. And I would ask for your favorable support of this bill. Be happy to answer any questions, if there are any, related to marriage and family therapists.
You do have a couple questions, Senator. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Recognize Senator from the, he's not there, 29th. Recognize Senator from the 39th. There we are.
Senator, do you yield?
Certainly, to my good friend from the 39th.
You just mentioned that there's a national standard, and because of our current substantially equal requirement, isn't it true that there have been many cases where marriage and family therapists would have had to take the same classes over again and complete additional hours of supervision, which has delayed them from working for up to 1 year from the time that they have got here and are allowed to then practice in Georgia?
That's certainly the testimony we've heard in several different committees, including the study committee you served on with me over the interim.
Well, I have no other questions. I wanted to say thank you for bringing forward this bill. I think it's a really important initiative for us to start to close that gap with mental health professionals that we know we have when there's increasing need. So thank you.
Thank you for
Looking
your
forward to
support.
voting
Thank you
yes.
very much.
All right, Senator. Looks like no further questions.
All right. Thank you. I yield the well.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? The chair hears none. Is there objections to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 52 and the nays are 0. This bill, having received requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Senate Bill 344. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 344 by Senator Innovatarte of the 31st and others. A bill to be in town and act to amend Code Section 4883 of the OCGA relating to exemptions from sales and use taxes so as to exempt sales of firearms, ammunition, gun safes, and related accessories during an 11-day period each year and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Finance recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senators Huffstetler of the 52nd District Chairman. Senate Finance Committee offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 344. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 4883 of the OCGA relating to exemptions from sales and use taxes so as to exempt sales of firearms, ammunition, gun safes, trigger locks, and related accessories during a 5-day period each year to provide for related matters and for other purposes. A minority report has been filed. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 31st to speak to the bill.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm here to present Senate Bill 344, creating a Second Amendment tax holiday. With no natural predators, hunting is the primary means of keeping the Georgia deer population at a healthy level and preventing the herd from destroying ag crops and reducing accidents with motorists. In addition to the ecological benefits, hunting is also an important economic engine in Georgia. Most recently in 2019, hunters accounted for $977 million in retail sales in Georgia, with another $1.6 billion ripple effect every year in this state. Hunting in Georgia is responsible for nearly 24,000 jobs and $600 million in salaries, wages, and earnings across the state. Sportsmen are responsible for another $106 million in state and local taxes, which is a major source of funding for wildlife and habitat restoration projects. Under the Second Amendment tax holiday, from the second Friday of October through the fourth Monday of October, each year, sales of firearms, ammunition, guns, gun safe, and related accessories, including but not limited to stocks, barrels, scopes, trigger locks, and magazines are included. The Second Amendment sales tax holiday is intended to encourage hunting, conservation, and tourism in the state of Georgia. We also in committee added a sunset, which this would expire June 30th of 2029. We believe by carving out a small window in this tax revenue, we hope to expand the base of hunters and increase the overall tax revenue that is dated to conservation. Very briefly, while I'm here in the well, I do want to address the minority report that was placed on your desk. Just to kind of cut to the chase here, and I know the minority party will probably get up and speak and talk about how this is putting more guns on the streets, all the debates we've heard in the past. But if you're a criminal, if you're an outlaw, if you're an unlawful weapons carrier, if you're in a gang or you're trying to basically traffic guns through this state, I really don't think you care about the sales tax on an item, and you're not paying a sales tax in this state. I think if we're going to be concerned about the murder rate or we're going to talk about security, then I think we all can agree that the price of supporting law enforcement, the price of public safety is priceless. You can't put a cost on it in communities. So I think we're going to continue to hear, as it relates to the Second Amendment or even just this simple bill that promotes outdoorsmanship, the same tired, same old argument we're going to hear from the other party on this as we go forward. So, Mr. President, I'll yield for a couple of questions because I'm sure there's some.
Senator. Recognize the senator from the 10th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The senator yield.
Yes, to my friend from the 10th.
Senator, I know you may find this a little bit different, but I wanted to ask questions because I noticed in your legislation that you have gun safes as being one of those items that would benefit from this tax holiday. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yep, line 10.
Senator, isn't it also true that responsible gun owners should support having these type safes in their properties to protect not only themselves from unwanted intrusion, but also their children as well?
Yeah, so thank you for the question, Senator. So, yeah, I do believe in gun safes. I own a gun safe. My family members that have firearms here and across the country also have gun safes. I also know that there's average citizens across the state that buy gun safes from outdoor, retailers to store sensitive documents, items, jewelry, for personal nature too. I do support a sales tax exemption as this, but I don't support any sort of created registry or anything of the sort that leads to red flag laws or anything else in this state.
Sure. Senator, further you.
Oh, of course.
Senator, given your statements and our understanding of the importance of having these safes, wouldn't it make sense that Georgia joined well over 26, 27 other states in passing what pediatricians across the states have been recommending, some kind of safe storage for guns?
Well, I don't think that we can legislate whether somebody is educated or how they're basically managing the firearms in the home. I think for every individual family member, including my own family, I think there's a level of personal responsibility in how we educate adults, how we educate our youth. I think many senators, many of our colleagues in this room, probably at our high schools, have shooting teams. I know at my high schools we have shooting teams. And I know there are coaches, there are members of the community, there are nonprofit organizations. I believe even including the Department of Natural Resources that provides education on how is this, the safe handling of weapons, in any course of, life or even age.
Senator, further you.
Sure.
Senator, if we are giving gun owners a tax break for purchasing gun safes, doesn't that imply that we should also encourage the general public to safely store their weapons, which is the intent and purpose of gun safety legislation, gun safe storage legislation?
Yeah, I totally believe that, I've seen organizations that have promoted that, healthcare organizations, others in the community, but I don't know that necessarily that's, requiring a mandate on how somebody's locking up a weapon. That's not going to necessarily change a dynamic on the street. And I mean, what I'm reading in this minority report, I don't know that, members of a gang, and having grown up in DeKalb County, and I know you and I have had these conversations about safety, security in our communities that, we've lived in or grew up in. I don't think they're going to listen to a PSA on how do I lock a gun up, in a safe.
Senator, one final question, if you will.
Yes, sir.
My only purpose is to highlight the importance of safe storage legislation that's really paramount across this country. Georgia is one of those states that do not have, even Florida has some type of gun safety storage legislation on the books. Georgia just happens to be one of those states that do not. And if we are given tax breaks to purchase safe, to me, we should also go a step further and encourage the citizens of this great state to store their guns safely, particularly when small children's in the household. Wouldn't you agree with that statement, Senator?
So I'll agree that I think, by having this sales tax holiday and including gun safes, I think it does add another layer of safety. I still don't know that I agree that we should mandate it, but I do recognize, Senator, your passion on this issue, and I respect that.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator from the 53rd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the senator yield?
Senator, I do.
In response to the previous senator's question, is it not true the Second Amendment says the right to keep and bear arms? And wouldn't keeping arms be in a safe and bearing them be having them in person?
Yeah, I don't think, my own personal opinion, Senator, and I appreciate the question, I think there's very little limitations that should be placed on the Second Amendment. I think we had this debate last year with a previous bill. So I think, when it comes to taxes, licenses, other things, I think the Second Amendment is very clear to that vein. Thank you, Senator.
You have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for favorable consideration.
Senator's yielded. I recognize the senator from the 42nd to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. I read SB 344, which only took just a minute because it's so short, but I could see right through it before I'd read it to the end. We need to see this bill for what it is. Is it a small bone thrown to Georgia gun owners before hunting season? Perhaps. But there's also so much more at stake here, because tax exemptions are not just about money. They're also about values. This bill explicitly values selling guns, ammunition, and gun safety equipment for 5 days once a year. But meanwhile, we need gun safety year-round. Democrats, including myself, have been advocating for laws that compel gun owners to keep firearms locked safely in the presence of minors. I filed SB 75 last session and the same bill under a different number in preceding sessions. I modeled that piece of legislation on a bill from Texas, but yet it has not received a hearing, despite the fact that guns are the #1 killer of children in the last number of years. Safe storage is the bill that we should be discussing. And if we're not going to hear that bill or even discuss it, despite the widespread support from Georgians, we could at least be discussing other bills that have been filed, such as those that would provide a tax credit or a tax exemption for gun safes, without adding counterproductive tax exemptions that further the rising tide of guns that are flooding our streets and killing so many people. Legislation should have a public policy purpose. And the public policy purpose here would seem to be to make guns, gun equipment, and accessories cheaper and therefore more ubiquitous. Gun violence in Georgia has increased 25% over the last decade, with gun-related murders up 47%, gun-related suicides up 16%. This decade, by the way, is the exact same period during which Republicans in Georgia state government began and have continued weakening gun laws. This is not a coincidence. I was told in 2014 that the Guns Everywhere bill would save lives. In 2017, when we passed campus carry, that bill would save lives. Gun violence would go down. And in 2022, when we passed permitless carry, that bill would save lives. I am still waiting and waiting for gun violence to go down. Instead, it's gone up and up and up, and that's not an accident. Of course, that's what happens when you have more guns in more hands in more places, and a culture that encourages stupid things like leaving them in glove compartments so that every criminal on the street knows exactly where to find them. That's what's going to happen. And then you got more guns out there on the streets, more people dead, more kids dead, more gang violence, and you got a whole lot of guns running up the iron pipeline to cities with stricter gun laws. As you know, we are a primary supplier of guns used in crimes in states up in the Northeast. So I would suggest to you that personal responsibility and education, as referred to by the senator from the 31st, is not cutting it. It's not working. In fact, it's failing miserably. And it's past time to put aside the arguments of ideologues and extremists and use common sense when it comes to deadly weapons. Lives do depend on it. This legislation puts our values on display, valuing guns over lives, and for this reason, I will vote no on this legislation. I'm happy to answer any questions or yield the well.
Senator, you do have a few questions. Recognize the senator from the 10th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
Certainly, to my friend from the 10th.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you for your passion on this particular issue. I just want to point out one thing, and to me it just seemed hypocritical for the state of Georgia to offer a tax holiday for gun safes, but not at the same time encouraging citizens to store their guns safely. Would you agree with that, Senator?
I would, Senator.
And isn't it also true that I think the number is around 4.7 million kids across this country have been impacted by guns?
Yes, Senator, that is true.
Isn't it also true that recently there's a case pending in the courts where the parents purchased a handgun for a 15-year-old who then proceeded to use that handgun to unalive 4 of his fellow classmates?
The senator knows of what he speaks.
Senator, isn't it also true that when you give a tax holiday, that's less money that's going to the state's budget?
True, very true.
So isn't it also true that all of us from this great state is subsidizing that tax holiday for gun owners when it comes to them purchasing safe, but yet we're not encouraging them at the same time to safely store their weapons?
That's exactly right, Senator, and it kind of gets back to what I was saying about what values are on display with this piece of legislation.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate your passion.
Thank you.
You have no further questions.
Thank you,
Senator.
Mr. President. I yield the well.
I recognize the senator from the 14th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you are a Republican legislator, guns are fun. That's true for me, too. I am decent with a 12 gauge. I go skeet shooting occasionally. Decent with a Glock, too. Nobody would guess that. But guns are fun. Why not keep them around? If you are a Republican legislator, guns are good for home defense. Your home is your castle, private property. This is America. If you are a Republican legislator, guns are about freedom. You should be able to do whatever you want. There might be inherent risks, but if you are raised right and you've got the right training and your daddy showed you how to use a firearm, then you should be able to do it. This is America. But, if you are a Republican legislator, county party meetings in your district are not always that fun. Why are they not that fun? You know that one guy? That one guy. You know who I'm talking about, right? Each of you know exactly who I'm talking about. That one guy. He comes up to you and he says, "Senator, how's things going down at the Capitol? What are we doing on guns this year?" Now, if you're the senator from the 53rd, it's most of the guys in the room. But all of you've got that one guy. And let's talk about the dirty secret about that one guy. You're a little bit afraid of that one guy. Not electorally, not in terms of whether you lose your seat or not, but that guy who open carries to every county party meeting, you're a little worried that one of these days he's going to snap. You don't know how, you don't know at who, but you're a little worried he's on the edge. I got one sentence for you. Making legislation for that guy is a bad way to do legislation. Mr. President, I yield the well.
Recognize the senator from 29th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Once again, somebody comes up with a piece of legislation and everybody wants to tie it into gun violence and blame all the gun violence in our country, in our city, in our state on the instrument, the inanimate object. Because we all know that the guns are what's going out there and doing it. It's not the individuals with the mental health issues that are going out there and doing it. And then we start talking about gun violence, and every act with a gun, I assume that certain individuals believe is a murder, but that's not the case. The vast majority of gun violence occurs when a man or a woman feels they have nowhere else in life to go. They have a legally purchased firearm in their house, and they choose to end their life with that weapon. 60% of gun violence, gun deaths in the state of Georgia are where men or women have chosen, as my profession says it, exit stage left. And it's tragic and it's sad, and if you've never seen it, it's not a beautiful sight. But it's a choice they made, as painful and as hard as it is. And these aren't bad people. Everybody knows my vehicle was broken into a couple of weeks ago. They didn't take the $200 pair of tennis shoes I had in there. They either didn't wear a size 11 or they didn't like that color of blue. They didn't take the headphones that were in there. What they saw was they saw a pickup truck, an F-150, with a lift kit on it that complies with the senator from the 24th legislation. And they said, that guy, that redneck, whatever they referred to the driver of that truck is, there's a gun in that truck. Well, guess what? There wasn't a gun in that truck. Atlanta Police Department runs a very successful program called Clean Car, and it encourages citizens, don't leave your firearms in your vehicle. Every law enforcement agency in the state of Georgia that I've ever been to has a gun safety program. I was contacted by Michael Brown, who was a retired captain from the Columbus Police Department that ran 911 the other day. He's on the Safe Kids Commission, and the Safe Kids Commission promotes child seats and gun boxes for homes and vehicles for people to lock their firearms up. We always talk about the things that we want to do here and to protect everybody when a lot of communities are already doing what they have to do. The vast majority of children killed in this country by guns that are not accidental, which in Georgia, accidental makes up 1% of child deaths in Georgia. Shootings by law enforcement makes up 1%. 40% are homicides and 57% are suicides here in the state of Georgia. So to my friend from North Georgia, I wish he would have talked about his amendment a few days ago. I think he made some good points with it, and I can't say that I wouldn't have necessarily supported that, because all the gun owners I know, including those that I see at those meetings, and the reason I see them, because I are one, they support responsible, safe gun ownership. And I think what the senator from the 31st is offering is for those men and women who do, that want to go out there and pass a background check or have already passed a background check, to be able to buy whatever weapon they want to use to go out and hunt with, whatever safe they want to use to lock that firearm up in. For those days, they should be allowed to do that. Let's stop blaming the gun, start looking into the communities. Let's start talking to children growing up in single-family homes. Let's start addressing mental health issues. Quit blaming that inanimate object and quit using it to politicize firearms in the state of Georgia. With that, Mr. President, I yield the well.
Senator is yielded. Recognize the senator from the 7th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon. I stand before you today not just as a senator of the great state of Georgia, but as an advocate for the working families who call our state home. When I took the oath of office, I pledged to champion the needs of our families, ensuring that they have access to quality jobs, healthcare, education, and the essential resources required to raise their families. Yet, as I read the proposals laid out in Senate Bill 344, I find myself grappling with a fundamental question. How does this legislation serve Georgia families? Let us not forget, not so long ago, we had a sales tax holiday for back-to-school supplies, an exemption that directly benefited Georgia's families, including my own. I know that sales tax holiday was put to good use by my own mother and made a difference for us. Too bad Georgia no longer has this exemption for school supplies. But incredibly, today we deliberate on a bill that prioritizes a sales tax holiday for firearms, ammunition, and gun-related accessories. While we're at it, let's shine a spotlight on the glaring hypocrisy in this chamber. As a young woman and a woman who's expecting her first child, I wanted to highlight two critical sales tax exemption bills. Bills that could genuinely lift the weight off the shoulders of working families. We're talking about exemptions that could ease the crushing financial burden of raising children. Think about it, essentials like baby formula and diapers. And let's not forget the bill to eliminate the discriminatory sales tax on menstrual products for women and girls, pads and tampons, a monthly medical necessity. Today is a stark testament to where our priorities lie when we can't muster the political will to ease the struggles of everyday Georgians, but can leap into action for a sales tax holiday on guns. Where is the justice in that? Where is the compassion? It is high time that we recalibrate our moral compasses and start putting the needs of our families first. These proposed exemptions are not mere conveniences. They are necessities for daily living and the healthy upbringing of our children. And instead of passing these family-focused exemptions, we debate a proposal that frankly caters not to the pressing needs of the majority, but appears to be a thinly veiled attempt to curry favor in an election year. And as we stand at the crossroads, I urge my colleagues to reflect on our priorities as a legislative body. Are we here to serve the interests of a select few or to address the genuine needs of the many? The families of Georgia deserve more than political theater. They deserve tangible support that makes a difference in their daily lives. And I urge you to consider the profound message we convey by advancing Senate Bill 344 while ignoring genuine, impactful aid to our constituents. Are we really putting guns over baby formula and diapers? I really hope that is not who we are. And I urge you to vote against Senate Bill 344 and to shift our legislative efforts towards measures that genuinely uplift and support the working families of Georgia. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield.
Recognize the senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to SB 344. A wise man once said, "Don't tell me what you value. Show me your budget, and I'll tell you what you value." I'll amend that a little bit by saying, "Don't tell me what you value. Show me your tax exemption bill, and I'll tell you what you value." Friends, I keep hearing that many of us in this chamber value children and families. And in some states, you see tax exemption bills for groceries. We don't. In other places, you see tax exemptions for feminine products. We don't. In other places, you see tax exemption holidays similar to what's being proposed here for school supplies to help students and teachers. We don't do that either. Because instead of looking out for children and families, we are looking out for gun manufacturers. That, my friends, is what this bill is telling us that y'all value. The sales tax holiday that SB 344 creates for gun purchases will make Georgia's gun violence worse. And it's not gun violence that's only happening in Metro Atlanta or only happening in Democratic districts. It's violence, it's suicide that has happened all across this state in every single one of our districts. Gun violence in Georgia has increased over 25% this last decade, with gun-related murders up 47% and gun-related suicides up 16%. Gun death and injuries have cost Georgians $12 billion a year, with taxpayers paying $600 million of that bill. And what y'all are asking Georgia taxpayers to do today is to add another $5 million to their tax burden. Why? Because y'all want to make a political point. You want to pander to the politics that at the end of the day do not help everyday Georgians. Now, this might surprise you. I own a handgun, purchased it, paid sales tax on it, Senator from the 31st. I also have gone hunting. I've done skeet shooting. Love it. Have a great time doing it. Encourage other folks to do it. We could have improved this legislation by adding simple language that would have restricted the tax holiday to certain gun purchases. I propose an amendment in committee that would have allowed the sales tax holiday to only apply to purchases related to hunting, which if you listen to the sponsor's speech, you would have thought it would have been a no-brainer. But the majority voted this amendment down. Why? Because this bill is not about hunting. It's about politics. While I respect Georgia's gun hunting culture, we cannot support, and I certainly will not support, legislation that will flood our streets with more guns. Colleagues, I encourage you and I urge you to vote no against this bill, not because it's a gun sales tax holiday for hunting, but because ultimately what this is intended to do is to score political points at the expense of Georgia's families. And I want to say one final thing. We have the opportunity in the state to have meaningful legislation that will protect families, legislation that encourages responsible gun ownership. There's legislation being considered that would actually do that, would be an exemption for sales tax, for gun safes, for trigger locks. This bill covers some of those things, but goes way beyond that and includes high-powered magazines, barrel stocks, and items that have shown up time and time again in shootings, not only related to murder in our communities, but at school sites across this country. We want to see legislation, and we have been advocating for legislation that promotes responsible gun ownership for many years now. Y'all have refused to act on it. So what I encourage you to do here today is to vote no on SB 344 and to actually move forward with legislation that will keep our children and our families safe. Again, don't tell me what you value. Show me in this budget. Show me with your tax exemption bills. Colleagues, this does the complete opposite of putting our focus on families and our children. I yield the well.
Senator is yielded. Recognize the senator from the 8th.
I will be quick. It's just interesting to me. Really, sometimes I do think there's two Georgias. I recognize we have 5.5 million people living around Atlanta, but the rest of us that live in the country, let me tell you, net farm income's down 24.5%, and Georgia is one of the worst states in the country for our feral hog problem, and we also have a feral deer problem. And I don't know if y'all have ever we talk about where people keep guns at. I was changing out the diaphragm in an irrigation pump last year, and I keep several firearms in my truck most of the time, and you have to get down on the ground and change out these diaphragms that helps you prime the irrigation pump. And I get up to walk to my toolbox, and there's a water moccasin with a head about that big standing right there. You know what I did? I went into my glove box, and I got out my pistol with my rat shot, and I killed that snake, right? But I get to travel around the state talking to our farmers, y'all. And I had there's one of the farmers actually that I've met with, every one of them talk about how bad our deer and hog problem is in this state. One of them's actually here in the chamber. Had dinner with one of my constituents last week who's a Farm Bureau director. He told me that last year, between his crop insurance adjuster and his extension agent, they figured that deer and hog problems had cost him $125,000 in a year. So for me, I welcome this legislation. If a farmer can go out there during this time period and get a night vision scope to hopefully do something about the hog problem that we have in this state, or take out some of the deer that we have in this state, because we look at our values. Being able to keep our farmers in business is a pretty important value to me. Mr. President, I yield to Will.
Recognize the senator from the 2nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we've probably debated this ad nauseum, but I just want to lift this to my colleagues, especially those in the majority. Now, you got a sales tax exemption for firearms, scopes, and all of that. But I want you to know that you're passing a sales tax exemption for firearms before folks can get health care. You're talking about what farmers need. Well, when I talk to farmers, they need employees, they need workers. Well, you can't get workers if they're too sick and hurt to work. So when you say we have a workforce problem, you say folks aren't showing up to work, but you got a sales tax exemption on something that don't work, instead of expanding health care for folks who can work. To me, the dichotomy is what is important to what we're trying to do that you can say this is good and this is not. Well, if you can say the exemption is going to help folks provide for their families and protect their families, there's no greater protection than you giving me a sales tax exemption. If I'm struggling with no jobs and no health care, you leave me the sales tax exemption for the one alternative. So if you want to talk about suicide and suicide prevention, then put the resources in my hand before you give me a sales tax exemption. Because the dichotomy is what you're saying is the quiet part out loud. I'd rather make sure you don't have to pay sales taxes on that firearm, but give you some health care, expand some Medicaid, expand opportunity for you in rural communities. Oh, we don't have any time for that. There's no money for that. There's no anything for that. But like I said last week, we pick and choose what we can find money for. We pick and choose what we can speed up and what we can slow down. We can pick and choose making diapers and formula, the things that families actually buy that everybody could use, because not everybody could afford a firearm. But everybody, if you have a child, needs some formula. Everybody needs some health care. We can all agree on that. But colleagues, I'll leave you with this. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. And so with that, Mr. President, I yield the well.
Does any other senator wish to rise, speak for or against the measure? I understand there's a minority report with the senator from the 36. I understand you are the closer for the minority report. You waive? Okay. Senator waives. Senator from the 31st, would you like to close debate or you want to waive? I guess he's not hungry.
Mr. President, I'm gonna filibuster. No, but in all seriousness, I appreciate the debate. I appreciate the stories. In some cases, I appreciate all the pretty speeches. But when we talk about picking and choosing, I believe most of the chamber, if not all the chamber, when we see a budget put on your desk by the governor and other people, when we talk about healthcare investments, teacher pay raises, workforce, investing in agriculture, and public safety, well, sometimes public safety, I think everybody in here is voting the same for the most part. So let's not get off track of what this bill does. I didn't hear any data about, a sales tax exemption is going to go create more crime. We can pretend that's the case. We can make up that's the case. But I didn't hear a single person come up here and demonstrate crime stats, FBI data, whatever. I guess basically because it doesn't exist. So if we're going to really talk about workforce and other things and safety, let's just remember how we're voting and what we've done in this chamber under the leadership of both parties in some cases. But let's not pretend like it's not happening. So with that, Mr. President, I ask for favorable consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none, and the previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none, the main question is ordered. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea, opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 30 and the nays are 22. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. All right, can I get everybody's attention real quick? We just have this one bill left, but I know it's going to take a few minutes because there are some people that want to speak on it. So we're going to stand at ease for the next hour so everybody can go get lunch. And then we'll... Don't ask me about any lunch now, Senator from the 26th. But we're going to stand at ease and we'll reconvene, be back here at 2:30, okay? Thank you.
A bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 21 of the OCGA relating to primaries and elections generally, so as to provide that the text portions of ballots produced by ballot marking devices shall be counted for vote tabulation and recounts purposes instead of machine coding, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Ethics recommends that this do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Burns of the 23rd District Chairman. The Senate Committee on Ethics offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 189, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 21 of the OCGA relating to elections and primaries generally, so as to provide that the text portions of machine mark of ballots produced by ballot marking devices shall be counted for vote tabulation and recount purposes instead of any machine coding, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of Georgia, Section 1, Chapter 2 of Title 21 of the OCGA relating to elections and primaries generally is amended in Code Section 21-379.23 relating to requirements for ballot display, the role of Secretary of State, and printed paper ballots controls during recount by revising subsection D as follows. D. The text portion of the paper ballot marked and printed by the electric ballot marker indicating the elector's selection shall constitute the official ballot and shall constitute the official vote for purposes of vote tabulation. Any recount conducted pursuant to Code Section 21-495 and any audit conducted pursuant to Code Section 21-498. The official tabulation count of any ballot scanner shall be based upon the text portion of the machine mark, provided that such mark clearly denotes the elector's selection and does not use a QR code, barcode, or similar coding of such ballots, and not any machine coding that may be printed on such ballots. Section 2. All laws and parts of laws in conflict with this act are repealed. A minority report has been filed. That completes the order, Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from the 23rd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, good afternoon. I'm delighted to see all of you came back from a hearty lunch, and I would remind you that in the famous words of Elizabeth Taylor, who said to her 8th husband, "I won't be keeping you long." So, let's look at Senate Bill 189. I'm grateful. I believe the entire bill was read to you while we had an opportunity to reconvene. So I won't bore you with the details of rereading the bill. It does one straightforward thing. It eliminates QR codes. It eliminates QR code. Let me say it one more time. It eliminates QR codes. The biggest challenge that a voter has is knowing that their vote was correctly recorded. I've been working on this for the last 2 years. I've been working with technology companies. I've been working with the Secretary of State's office. I've been working with colleagues. And what you have is a very straightforward bill that eliminates any non-readable code on the ballot. So, the voter, the elector, can actually read who they voted for and how they voted. No QR codes, no barcodes, no marks that are non-human readable. Okay? It does a couple of things. It helps people have confidence that their vote was accurately recorded. It also ensures that when you look at your ballot, you can see how it was marked. You can do it by reading the actual text character, the font on the text on the summary ballot, or you can read it by the mark on the absentee ballot or the hand-marked absentee option. So, straightforward bill. We're working with the Secretary of State as far as implementation is concerned. I would like to touch base. I recognize the minority report, and I disagree with most of it. This is hardly going to create chaos. It's actually going to create clarity. So no chaos, but the reality is people will actually be clear in how they choose to vote. Now, one thing that I appreciate the minorities report highlighting, we are working with the Secretary of State in his office in a technology that would allow us to do a full verification recount on our ballots. And we believe that we're very close to that opportunity, and we continue to work through the challenges. But at the end of the day, we want to ensure that voters have confidence in their elections. I would like to thank the minority leader, the senator from the 55th, because she and committee chose to support legislation SB 189. So there's not a lot more to say. Let's eliminate QR codes. Let's make sure that electors can read the ballot and be clear about who they chose to vote for, and let's move forward. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the well.
The senator has yielded. Senator, I thought you served in Congress a little bit. You're supposed to be able to draw things out a little bit more than that.